Yo. We overslept a little bit today, but I know exactly what we're working on. This bloody laser. And I will keep modulating the weapon script to make it easier to add new weapons in the future. So the last thing we did yesterday was to make the bouncing work for the laser, as we also added a new way to like spawn the tracers that are used for the bullet trajectories, which should be cheaper. Could be unnecessary optimization, but it is not worse than having it non-optimized anyways. So let's see, here is this. This is the bullet tracer, okay? So currently it is temporary, meaning it flashes on and off. But what we want to do now is use a toggle instead to set it visible and not when the laser button is being held. Of course, you can see here, it's just setting the visible on and off, so we don't actually need this function for that. But that's the idea anyways, that we turn the visibility of this laser beam on and off as we are using it. Let's look at the laser gun. We have this is firing bull. Let's see, this is actually a part. I see. It's just for the bounce. Update tracers when bounce increases. That's all this is. We can see here these are the same. We only need one of them, I'm pretty sure. Let's just change this and run it through a test, and then we will remove the initial laser padding. Okay, I understand the difference here. So we can keep it as it is. In the initial tracer spawning, we add it as a child of the laser gun itself, so that when we shoot, the beam is gonna follow the gun's position like this. Yeah. While the other lasers that spawn are gonna not be a child of the laser gun, so they can properly bounce between enemies without it looking silly. Original tracer is a child of laser gun, so it follows it and follows its movements. Additional tracers is a child of VFX holder and does not follow the gun's movements. They are used for bouncing. Okay. This is what the player is pressing. Okay, save this. Let's take a look. How is it working in multiplayer yet? Nope. Only the host can see it. Okay. So let's take a look. We do this on the host only. Process is handled by the client, that's fine. Physics process handled by the server. Input client, physics server. And this one I think should only be spawned by the server. And only the server needs to know about the upgrade. So here, if not multiplayer, is server. skip these parts. Now maybe it needs to be RPC'd though. I think that's the correct call, to RPC it. Let's do RPC here, RPC here. Now let's try to think about how the movement of the lasers work. We could take a look if we can see the laser now on multiple screens or not. Oh, only the host can see it still. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist on the clients though, because we are spawning them there. It's more about the fact that it's not being updated. So this is all the server. While we are aiming, the gun rotation is being RPC'd, so that should be shared. Here we are moving the bounce radius to allow the bullets to bounce around. We are updating the raycast target, collision point, and end of the shot. Okay. So is firing is being updated from the client side to the server, but the server is the one running this. Try to fire, and if it successfully fires, then it's gonna run this function here, which is down here. First we hit the target. Okay. The RPC any sounds. And here we can see the RPC move tracer. So you would think this happens on all the clients. The tracer to move reference could be messed up. So we might have to pass. Well, there's always index 0, so we could just set it. We might have to pass the index 0, because this move tracer I think is being used on the bounce as well. So hit target only run by the server. Hit enemy should only deal damage. So this is deal damage and calculate bounces. Execute bounces. Spawn impact effect. We don't have one right now. So it's a bit should have one though, eventually. Impact effect. See, it's nothing here. We just add this for now. Avoid any bugs from it missing. Yeah. Here we see the hit enemy right now is just a simple line of code. Like we could have replaced this. The hit enemy function call with just this line of code. But the idea is if we're gonna execute more code later when the enemy is hit, then we might as well keep this function, right? Fire, blah blah blah, hit target. Target hits enemy, and this one is here. Fire. Hitting. So here, move tracer, that is being called, this one is being called for everyone, right? But it could be that a reference to specific tracer is lost in translation. So what we might have to do is pass tracer index instead. And then we have to do tracer array and the index path. Now we have to look at the places where we move the tracer, and tracer to move. We instead pass the array index. Again, look at the move tracer call. Here we see we are always using 0. So we can say tracer array index, put it here, and just set it to 0. Again, look for move tracer. This one uses, this is the function. This one uses an array index, array index. Okay, and now we see if this makes a difference. Oh, did one of the games crash? Let's see, out of bounds, index 0 on the array no 3D. Ah, yeah. Could we? Is it missing? Let's see. Spawn initial tracer. Tracer array append temp tracer. This should happen for everyone. Let's see, print array tracer index 0. Also, it's struggling to find the laser gun reference. Probably at the moment it's trying to add the tracer. Yeah, and that might be why the tracer is missing. So multiplayer, kind of tricky. Tricky timing issues like this. Wonder if I made any notes on the timing actually. No. This is like a part which is very important to understand, I think. And I should make a note about it, like how this timing works. Let's just do a quick example here. If we add a timer of 2 seconds, see if it makes a difference. Avoid some errors. No errors yet. I'm gonna turn off the music in the game for now. You see how now it's working? Let's take a look if the bouncing is working as well. Okay, so the bouncing isn't quite working. The damage is working, but not the lasers. Okay, so let's look at that next. Well, it's this timing though. I think a call deferred might fix it. It's a bit of a workaround. I'm not sure exactly what's best practice in this case. But let's try something. Delayed or function call deferred spawn initial tracer. Just move this here. You do a call deferred like that. And we remove this and we see if it's still working. No, that didn't work. It was still too fast, basically. Or perhaps now the server calls this on the next frame, basically. But again, if we had like a bit more delay, I don't know how much. No, not working still. Okay. Like I said, these timing issues, they are really weird. Now let's look at it like this again. Wait a second and then shoot. You see it's working on both. No, it crashes when the host is trying to shoot. So let's think about what's happening there. And the host starts the game the initial tracer spawned. Maybe this RPC call doesn't work because the host is already spawned when another player spawns. So let's see. Spawning tracer 4. And then see. Get unique ID. Spawning tracer for the host, and then spawning tracer for 1. And this one. Okay. Yo, Kurt. We're continuing where we left off. I just got up this morning. Bit late. Basically, I'm trying to work out a bit of a timing / logic issue with the spawning of the initial tracer here. I just have to make sure that the tracer spawns on every client, and I think maybe I can just put it in the ready function since everyone is gonna do it. Yeah, that kind of works. And then the next issue was the bouncing didn't spawn either for others than the host. This doesn't have to be an RPC anymore. How are you doing today, Kurt? Sunshine outside, wow. It's nice. It's getting a bit lighter here as well. Even though Norway is a bit dark these times. Ah, you're talking about the video from yesterday. I forgot to view that after the stream, but I do have it in my notes that I am going to watch that video. A gym, a zoo, and a museum. Now I'm really curious. You're working in Godot too. Cool, man. You saw that the Asset Placer add-on has an auto sword generator? Oh. Hey. Nice. We can see 2 tracer being spawned for the host and for the client in the chat log. So hopefully now it's gonna bounce for everyone. Those guys are a prime target. No, it doesn't bounce for everyone. But we know now that the tracers has been spawned for everyone, so we could look at how the moving them and showing them is working out. I wonder if OneNote has a dark mode actually. Look at that. Okay, now it got darker. Then we just have to make the text more visible, I guess. Is it true we avoid RPC calls in ready? Let's look. Make a really simple one to test it. Create timer live out Q3. This is like an old. This is an old script. I'm not sure how I got it open. Let's see. It's for the lasers. Discard. The one we're using should be this one. Yeah. So here, let's take a look. So the hello worked, but you see there's some errors here. If we don't do this RPC call, the errors go away. So for sure, avoid RPC calls in ready. Alternative. And I think this might be specific for child objects. Let's look at if we go to the player here and we do the exact same exercise. That didn't work either, so it's not only for children then. Timing issue, possibly due to the node existing on the server before on the client. Not sure. Alternative. All players run a function during ready. Since ready runs for everyone. Setup is delayed. Setup using RPC is delayed. Yeah. Your character controller has now a player input mode with the player input script, which I can change to the gym input script. And the gym input script loops a predefined input array. You can now see fake player characters working out in the gym. Oh, really? So you like made some AI characters working out in the gym you made. Now I now I imagine an actual gym. I haven't seen the video yet, so correct me if I'm wrong. But if you made some AI characters walk around and do stuff, that's really cool. I haven't tried that yet. Closest I have been is making some enemies that move around. And like move in a straight line and attack a shield. That's all. Okay. Bounce shot. Where's the bounce shot? It's down here. Let's bring that up and have a look at it. So it calculates the target, number of bounces, Here, move tracer. This this should be an RPC because if not, it's gonna be missing from the other layers. We need the tracer array index. Previous target global position and bounce hurtbox global position. Move tracer, tracer index, like that. Now let's see if the bouncing works. Okay, those are some prime suspects over there. Oh, I think it's working. Yeah, both screens now have the bounce, so that's cool. So this entire bouncing part, I want to have it as a separate node. So I can make it more modular, all these weapons. I don't want to copy this bounce shot into every weapon that is gonna use a bounce shot. And I'm thinking it could hold some value to have different types of bounces. The current we have is random. I'm also thinking we can have like closest, always bounce to the closest target. So here we see we pick a random one. If bounce targeting is random, but I'm gonna make an enum for this, I think. Okay, let's move this bounce shot. Let's find our weapon. All weapons modeler. Create new script. Weapon bounce. Create. So we see we need the raycast target. That should be passed from the script. Then we need the reference to the bounce radius. It should be a area 3D. Then we need the reference to the weapon stats. Here we can reference a callable function from the main weapon script, because what the weapon is gonna do when it hits the enemy might vary from weapon to weapon. So we don't want that part to be like general. I did make some notes on passing a function here. We have launch missile as a function on my weapon script, and I want to pass it to a reference nodes fire function. Okay. So this is how we pass it. Now let's see how we receive it. So that happens in the weapon reload fire. Here we receive it like this: fire function callable. And how do we call it? Dot call. Okay. The receiving function adds an argument for the function, like argument for the function to be called. Func fire then calling the send function on the receive from the receiving function. This is all a bit messy, maybe. Receiving function, and this is the send function name. On one hand, only I have to understand these notes. On the other hand, I'm not sure if I will. But okay. So here we want hit enemy.call. And then up here we want hit enemy callable. Hit enemy function. And finally, to prepare for other targeting methods later, I'm gonna make a section here, targeting method. Now I don't remember how to make an enum class. Let's look at the existing ones. We make an enum and then name and then options. Let's look here. We say targeting method. We say random. And then we do match targeting method. Then targeting method random. And here we put this. And what we can do then, it wasn't happy with having the bounce target in here. Okay. Bounce target. Just a little safe zone here, but Now we have the targeting method random. We pick a random one from the temp eligible targets. And if we later wants to add for example, closest, we add it up here. We then go down here, add targeting method, closest, and then print you're going to target the closest target. Make a function for that here. We export it. Can we not export the enum? Or am I doing it wrong? Maybe I have to export var targeting method and make it a targeting method like this. And then I can pick it in inspector, and then I will have to match the targeting method down here. Yeah, that's probably it. The move tracer as well. Is in here. Ooh. So we will have to pass the tracer array as well to this function actually. I don't know, it doesn't complain about it because it's an RPC call, I guess. But I suppose the tracer could be a part of like a VFX, weapon SFX VFX. Here, spawn tracer. So we will update this with our newest functions. All of this we would like to have in the spawn tracer section. Of the VFX section, I mean. Okay. We go like this. Then we make clear cutoff here. This is for tracers. We need a reference to the weapon stats node. tracer array. So we have var tracer array, which is an array with node. Double check this. Node 3D, I think it is. Yes. Tracer scene. We need a tracer scene reference. And now this is important, the tracer scene. As long as we export the reference to this tracer scene. I believe that should allow us to select a different one for every weapon type in the inspector. So we should have one VFX holder, and we should have one weapon reference. Weapon root node. So one VFX folder, one weapon root node. Should usually be a node 3D and VFX holder. There'll also be a VFX holder. It's a node 3D, yeah. This was a trick that I thought about yesterday, which I really liked. If I don't want the VFX effects to inherit from the laser gun, I'm sure there are some simple setting for this as well. But if you make a child node, like a type actual node, nodes don't inherit things like position, rotation, and so on. So that means that this as well is not going to inherit from the laser gun. Don't use RPC calls in ready. Let's see. Children inherit from parents. If parent and child both have the same variables such as position, rotation, velocity. You want to avoid a child to inherit. One trick is first make a child of type node. This won't inherit any position, etc. Then make a grandchild of type node 3D. This as well will not inherit anymore. You can keep the print statements for now because we're going to move some code around. So having some debugging can be useful. There's this idea I had, which I never put into practice, but it's this. While I'm making a game, I can have like a debugging mode section where I basically on every script have a bool for debugging. And all of these print statements I basically just lock them behind the bool. It still adds these lines of code, which clutters the code. But it's a very simple way of turning on and off debugging, I think. Of course, you would want it exported, so you can turn it in the inspector. But yeah. Never actually implemented it before, but I think maybe it could be a good idea. Even better if I could hide all of these lines when it was false, but that I don't know how to do. Okay. Now that we got this set up, let's try to add it here. We assign the weapon stats. Laser tracer. It even rhymes. So that's bonus points. Weapon root node, this one. And finally the VFX holder, this one. So these functions should in theory work now, except one thing. What was it I was worried about here? Was it in the other script, maybe? The bounce. Yes. This. Move tracer, this one. Do we have a function to move the tracer yet? No, we don't. Here. Move the tracer. This makes sense to put together with the script that controls the spawning of the tracers as well. Tracer index is needed, start position and end position. So let's look back at the bounce. We have tracer index, spawn position, end position. Now we need to reference the SFX, VFX. Which is a node. You can now make a node for the bounce script. And add weapon bounce to it. And then assign bounce radius. Wonder if we can have it as his child. I don't remember, but I think we move the bounce radius by aiming at stuff, which means it doesn't have to be inheriting any, even it shouldn't inherit any movement from the laser gun itself. We got the bounce radius, the weapon stats, weapon sound effects, and E effects. Is that video effects? Okay. And here we can see how we would change the targeting method. If a special weapon should maybe bounce in a specific way. And this also allows us to have some player agency on setting up how the weapon acts if we would want to implement that. For example, a player might prefer either to target the closest enemy or the enemy with the most health with any specific weapon. And things like this allows us to set that up very easy. Using enums is a great idea in my experience for setups like this compared to having strings, because enums you can't like do a typo. Targeting method dot random. It's not gonna work. If this was a string, it would allow us to do random. Maybe a silly example, because obviously it's easy to see that typo, but if you're using strings, it's your code is very prone to errors. I'm gonna go put some wood in the oven. It is getting cold, so I'll be right back. Get some coffee as well. So I'll take 5 minutes break. Yo, I'm back. Now that we did make things a bit more modular, like we put the tracers in here, the bounce logic in here, the reload and fire logic in here, and all the weapon stats and upgrade functionality in here. Now we have to actually have the main script utilize all of this and in an efficient way, and remove the functionality from the main script. We have a laser gun, this one. We create new script, laser gun new, or maybe it's more accurate to just go rename laser gun old. Then we create the laser gun, just a new one. We copy everything. Now, by having the backup of the old functioning laser gun, we can go ham and delete whatever we want here and not be afraid of accidentally messing everything up. For example, I know the move tracer is moved to another script. But if I didn't have a copy, I would be worried about deleting this in the first place. I would maybe comment it out, try to make the new version work, then later remove it. Now we just delete it. Spawn impact effect. You can look here. Go a little bit up. And you can see we do have spawn impact effect logic here. We say spawn impact effect. This is not how we want to do it, by the way. It's temporary, but that's fine. It is close to how we want it, don't get me wrong. We're probably gonna spawn it in the VFX holder. And then we're probably gonna use pooling or some similar logic to how we did the tracers, where we basically reuse the same object multiple times. Nothing like warm coffee. So since we had I'm gonna add the laser gun here right away. I'm gonna close the old laser gun script. Reason why I do this is because I don't want to accidentally change that one. So now either if I click here or here, there's no way I'm gonna enter the old one. Yo, Kurt, welcome back. I just had a coffee break myself. Put some wood in the oven. It's cold in Norway. Yo, Head Boop Games. Welcome. Yeah, that's right. You have the cheap beer, I have the expensive beer. How are you doing, Head Boop Games? Bounce shot. We have moved to bounce. So let's go ahead and remove this. Enjoying the cold weather. Well, that's nice. Are you a fan of skiing or something? Or what do you mean when you enjoy the cold weather? Hit object. Let's see. Hit enemy, hit object. Yo, green bread. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. How are you doing? No, you're just too lazy to go down into the cellar to grab some wood? Yeah. I'm very ashamed to admit that I was sitting in the cold yesterday. My mom felt bad for me and she carried some wood inside. I do usually do it myself, but that happened. You're doing amazing. That's great, Greenbeard. Greenbread. I'm doing good. I'm currently working hard on my Godot project. This is my first Godot project, and I like it. Yes, she's very lovely, Headboop Games. Indeed. So our bounce shot, we have moved it. So we're gonna need a reference to the bounce node where it lives. We go up here, make a node reference. It's a normal node. It won't show up until I have resolved any errors here though, so let's go there. Error at 166, like this. Then we assign the bounce node here. Okay. Hitting and bouncing. Now these sound effects and everything. They should be a part of the sound effects and video effects section here. Not sure. Maybe I should even separate video effects and sound effects in 2 different scripts. I think maybe I will, to be honest. Currently we only added video effects here anyways. So let's rename this VFX. Let's make a new node. SFX. And then let's rename this. Like that. And let's create a new script. Weapon SFX. Let's move these fire sounds to sound effects. We need fire sound is playing. We need the fire sound. And the stop fire sound. My game is a bit like the game Dome Keeper in 3D. It hasn't gotten very far yet, but you go down and you mine iron that you drag back up to get money to buy upgrades. You upgrade your pickaxe, your jetpack, and your weapons. And like every few minutes, there will be a wave of enemies attacking your shield, which you will have to kill with weapons. So the weapons can be, some of them can be manually aimed and have different upgrades like bouncing and multi-shot, while others could be auto-targeting weapons like missiles. Modders, you could be in a spaceship at the black hole, and at some point there will be a knock on the airlock. It's your mother. She was worried and brought you chicken soup so you don't catch a cold. So true. Yo, Dreamos82. Welcome, man. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. There we go. These are like continuous. Continues. Probably a typo there. Fire sounds. These are like, you start while you're holding the fire button, you stop it when you stop firing. Then I can have like single shot sound, where it's basically like one sound every shot. As long as you're working with sounds, you're probably gonna want like pitch variance. So that the sound is slightly different every time that you play it. I'm not gonna spend too much time on the sound right now because that's not the focus. So we have the tracer scene, all of these things. Tracer scene here. Tracer array here. Don't think we need these. But we might need the last shot end. Pretty sure we do. How are you doing today, Drimos? Sorry for being that person, but why did you move to Godot? I know it does not matter, but I'm on the fence for my own journey. Well, there was multiple smaller reasons. So I used Unity for my first and only project, where I learned to code. And I did like Unity a lot. But that was not the issue. Godot is like open source free software, which doesn't have many limitation that way when it comes to royalties and such. That is one bonus. Godot uses a language which is called GDScript, which is much like Python. The only coding I ever had in school was 1 month of Python, and I thought Python was easier than C#. I thought that would be nice to try a similar scripting language to Python, and it was. Godot is like very lightweight, and I would say it's very beginner friendly. So for someone new to game dev, it was nice to move to Godot. I think even though it's not easy in any engine, it seems, but Godot made it a little easier to like have nodes communicate, so that you can ask node A, what's the variable? Can node A, can you run this function for me, please? Like node A and B talking together. These things seemed a little easier, at least in my opinion, in Godot. Brakis put a video on how to use Godot, and Brakis was the one I went to when I learned Unity as well. So I thought like, hey, perfect timing. GD script is neat until it isn't. Welcome back, Stole90. Yeah, I guess that is true. Yeah, Brakis is very influential. And for good reason. He makes very good videos. Dreamos, you say, in my opinion, the main bonus for Godot is that there will be no licensing charge or fee change like it happened until a couple of years ago. Since it's all open source. Yes, that is a bonus for sure. I'm trying to learn to make a game in Godot too, but I struggle with all the UI stuff where I need to create various animations, transitions, etc. There is a lot of manual things to do. That's true. And I'm not sure exactly what asset store is best for Godot, but I haven't been able to find tons of pre-made assets like I did when I used Unity. So the Godot UI, when you compare it to Unity, this could be mostly because I worked maybe only like 8 months in Unity on and off, and the fact that I'm completely new to game dev. But to me, it seems very similar. Maybe that's cope, but just the fact that you have like all the scene on the left here, that you have like all the inspector things on the right, and in the middle is like where you control the scene. Like all of this setup, for me it felt very natural to me move from the UI in Unity to Godot. That could just be me, of course. I could imagine using like Visual Studios or something to pull this code out of the engine, but at the same time, it is really nice to like jump between the codes here. And here as well, the fact that if I'm doing some work on my laser gun, and then I like, how was this thing working in the weapon stats? I can just click on the left on the weapon stats script here and look through it. Okay, and then go back. You would prefer a CSS type system. The fact I have to use a margin node to give anything a margin is insane to me. So a margin node, are you maybe talking about the actual putting up a UI for the player then, and not the UI that you look at when you code? But just one thing for you head boop games, like when you figure out approximately what type of game you're making, I would choose my engine based on the one that fits best for the type of game you're making, more than like considering if I make $1 million, I have to pay royalties. Like, forget about that. If there's another engine which is perfect for the type of game you're making, choose that one. So we have an impact effect scene up here. We have to like instantiate it if we're gonna use it down here. Or maybe that's not a packed scene anymore then. Could be different things. So with C#, you are able to make a bit more like better performance in your game. But how it works? Godot maybe uses some GDScript, maybe uses some shortcuts, which makes it a bit more performance heavy then. C# runs better and C# is more powerful. C# in Godot is not quite optimal yet. Okay, I understand. Enums in GDScript suck? Really? I like them a lot when I started using them, but I'm not sure what the issue with them are. They're just constant ints? Yeah, I did see that the debugger showed them as numbers indeed. Yeah. Then you would probably have to write a few lines of like weird debugging code where you match the constants to the actual name and stuff if you wanted to debug it properly, I guess, which is a hassle. Yeah, I understand that could be a problem. But of course, this is the case probably in any engine with the enums, but what I really liked was the fact that once I started using enums, I never had like errors that I did a typo anymore. Maybe I would reference iron ores as iron ores, and other places I would reference irons ore as just iron, and then it would be like errors everywhere. Could be a problem from a young engine. Yeah, sure. Spawning the initial tracer. Weapon upgraded. This has been moved. This has been moved. Weapon upgraded connect. This one I have to make sure is being used here. And that is probably only for the server. The initial tracer, when I spawn it, do I need anything from the weapon script? We instantiate the tracer scene. We add it to as a child to the weapon root node. And we add it to the tracer array. So there's no reason for this. All this logic can live in this part of the code. That's no problem. Unless weapons without the tracer wouldn't need this, of course. The if you have a bool, and if the weapon uses tracers, then we can do if weapon uses tracers, we can spawn the initial tracer here. Ah, you are a streamer too, Stolen ID. I didn't quite realize that you were streaming. Maybe I should check out your stream sometime then. Mostly gameplay, and then sometimes in Godot. Okay. 110 hours a month. That's a lot. This is also moved. So this needs to be on the weapon itself, probably. Redo. Never heard about that. Made by politics, I see. Okay, so the firing works, but there's no laser. Shot VFX. Should send a tracer array index, start position, and end position of move tracer. But this has been moved to its own node, VFX node. Cannot call the RPC on a null. Place this here. Try again. Still some error. Cannot open file. Laser mesh. Tracer scene. There we go. Tracer scene. Laser tracer. An impact effect. Let's just use this one. Save. Okay. It looks like the path is wrong here with the laser mesh. Let's see. Because as you can see, it's named Laser Tracer now. So somewhere it's trying to load it using laser mesh, I think. But it's difficult to see where. And again, the fact that I renamed that other thing is making errors too. What I'm gonna try is restart Godot, but I want the correct name here. Make sure everything is saved and exit. We close everything. Seems like there was a timing issue to add this child. So we can try, like it suggests here, to call deferred. Initial tracer. Like so. Hey. Hit target. RPC. Aborted in script local call. Spawn impact effect is supposed to have 2 arguments. Bullet origin position and hit position. Collision point. That would have to be, let's see, origin and hit. This is the hit position. The origin position would be like the muscle. Okay. One of these is an object. Yes, the collision point is the same as the last shot end. No, I can't. Well, what am I doing here? Impact effect scene.global position. Impact effect. Yeah, this little white dot, that's the impact effect. Let's see, is it working? Can both see these now? Yes. Now the only remaining issue is that the laser seems to not have the correct parent or something because it doesn't follow the gun. Also, I wonder if the gun is using unreliable to move because it seems so choppy. There's two things then. First one, moving the gun. It's done during aiming, I guess. It is called as unreliable, but for some reason this seemed a bit laggy. Quite sure why. So the initial tracer should be added to the weapon root node. Which is the laser gun. Let me see. Doesn't seem to inherit anything. Maybe I shouldn't be using this as well. I think that is something I found necessary in certain multiplayer spawner setups. Well, let's look at the tracer itself. Is there something here that would make it so it's not inheriting properly? Physics interpolation process. So this is a node 3D. And the mesh instance 3D. Let's see. I have. I wonder if I can make dark mode on ChatGPT as well here now. That thing. There we go. Okay. I have a node 3D as my weapon root. I have a tracer as a node 3D with a mesh instance 3D child. And I try to add a tracer to the weapon root as a child. Tracer doesn't seem to inherit position, etc. Why? But it's tracer, the original tracer, tracer 0. It should be moved quite frequently, actually. Let's see. It should probably be moved during aiming. So when we go to our laser gun, we see we move it during shooting. But what I think we have to do as well for the laser specifically is here. This should be fine. Start position. Actually, like this, while we're firing. Then laser tracer, turn off temp. We're gonna have to utilize a toggle to turn the laser on and off when we are firing and not. Like while I'm holding it, it's doing like this. Okay. Bit choppy. Choppy. I wonder if I have a... If I add a laser tracer just as a child here, like this, it's gonna be choppy. It's still choppy. This one. Remove it. Ah, I almost deleted this one. Was targeting the one up here, but I also had this targeted, and when I hit delete, I tried to delete this one. Crazy. Okay. Now let's turn the laser on and off by his firing toggle. Sure, it can stay down there. No, because this is fire. It's more like laser damage tick. Is actually what it is in this case. So having like the laser VFX not connected to that is what I want. SFX as well. We want like SFX here and VFX. Like that. And not here, sorry. Here. I suppose this is only necessary. The target checking is maybe not, as it's always necessary if we're gonna rotate the gun. That's true. Okay. Okay, so now to toggle it. Also, it does seem like are we spawning one too many lasers? I'm Central Eastern Time. Middle of Europe. Norway. What about you? Kind of. It's called Inland. It's very central, bottom. Here. It's where I am. Almost, yeah. Pretty much here by Valdres. Top level should be off on the tracer. Okay. Yeah, that reminds me. It does follow, yes. Wonder what this extra laser beam, where it comes from. You're from Norway as well? Really? Like Christian's son, or? Nice. The thumb. The thumb. Let's see if we find the thumb. South in the thumb. Other side. I'm not sure if the stream was behind or not. Is it here somewhere? Stavanger. Other side. Okay. Over here. Easter. Okay. Is this the thumb? I ask it. East of Oslofjorden. So this is the Oslofjord? Drammensfjord. Øyen. Tyrinfjorden. Oslofjorden. Damn it. Closer to the Swedish border. Okay. Down. Östfold. This the thumb. Here. Okay. Nice. We are not far away from each other then. Then you are pretty close, indeed. I guess you get cheap candy and alcohol then. And meat. No? It's not that cheap? I see. Not worth the hassle then. Where does this extra laser come from? Like if I don't spawn this one, for example. How will it look? And it seems correct. What is up with that? Do I spawn it somewhere else as well? Do I spawn it here? Does it work in multiplayer like this? Yes. Is it when the weapon is this runs in the beginning as well? Let's see. Yeah, this is it, I think. This one basically says add number of bounces which starts as 0 plus 1 minus tracer array size, which will start as 0 as well. But this one will basically say add 1 tracer at the start of the game. All of this. I actually don't even need. I don't need this initial tracer at all. Which saves me this as well. The only issue though is that the first laser should maybe be a child of the laser gun to make it more smooth. Now that I shoot every frame, I'm not sure how much that matters though. Now that I move the tracer every frame, I mean. Oh. Like I could probably optimize it a little by having it a child of the laser gun and then updating it only like 5 times a second, since it's gonna move based on the parent. But is that gonna be much cheaper or nah? If I have the laser tracer as a child of the weapon, so it moves as the weapon moves. Is this a lot cheaper than calling laser tracer position? Well, rotation, etc. every frame? Alright, head boop games, that's fine. Parenting is cheaper and cleaner. Yeah. Global transforms are recalculated once per frame. So these calculations are cheaper than me setting global transform equal x, y, z. Or is it only more expensive if I do additional calculation? So this is more expensive, okay. You execute GDScript every frame. You perform multiple property writes. You trigger transform validation repeatedly. Okay, so it is cheap, but it could add up. If tracer array size zero, add the first laser as a child of the weapon root. Other lasers are bouncing lasers. Ah, that was wrong. Hmm. Welcome back, Kurt. Chicken soup, that sounds good. Ah, the kids have the flu. I see. How old are they? Eight and 3. So it's kindergarten and stuff. Then for sure they're gonna bring home a lot of flu. For sure. My sister has a kid that turns 3 like in March. Little girl. Oh, they're your sister kids as well. They are most of the time at your place. In the Mass Immunization Institute School and Kindergarten. Yeah. Move tracer. Now. There's a couple of more logic steps to the tracer right now that we're gonna add. Like one, turn the tracer on and off as we fire or not fire. But two is that I want to add like a increasing glow and emission to the laser as it keeps targeting the same enemy over time. We were able to fix that, yes. So this is position. Rotate and stretch tracer. Tracer visibility. Temporary lasers are easy. You have them visible for a certain time. More of a question for the laser tracer we are using now. Are we gonna have to toggle this visibility manually as we shoot in our laser script maybe? We move the tracer when we're firing, but when we stop firing, Mm. What we could do is just make a activate and deactivate script in the VFX node. And later on we could add things like fading to it, so that the laser fades or things like that, and we can use bools to decide whether we want to use the fading or if we just want to make it disappear instantly. I suppose it has to be an RPC as well. Activating and deactivating the tracers. This should only happen exactly when we toggle though. I'm not sure, like calling this function every frame, that maybe gonna be more expensive than making sure it's only called once when we toggle. The thing is, there is gonna be some check involved when it comes to checking if we toggle this frame as well. We could check a bool to see if the tracer are active or not. Something like this. So then we would only be checking a bool every frame. That is kind of cheap, right? So then we make a tracer active bool. Create tracers when bounce increases. That's fine. Okay, now we should be able to turn the tracers on and off as his firing is triggered on or off. It just checks the tracer active bool. Yeah, we have to remember to update that tracer active bool. Oof. I named it the same here. That's not good. Tracer active. Okay, like this. Tracer active. That's what it's called. Tracer active. Yeah. It checks if tracer is already active before it does these things. So it doesn't do unnecessary assignments every frame. That works. And this. Works as well. Now let's take a look at the bounce. Well, let's take a look at it in 22 seconds to be exact. I might have kids. Who can really know? Women, I guess. Yeah, who knows, man? It can happen sooner than you think. An error. Invalid call to function bounce shot. Expected 2 argument. The bounce shot expects 2 argument. Okay, then we go look what they need. Bounce shot. It needs the target, the raycast target, and the function that should trigger when an enemy is hit. Okay. I believe the raycast target is actually just called raycast target. And then hit enemy function. Let me just double check how the syntax is when we send a callable function like that. Callable self function name. Okay. Callable self function name. And the function name in this case to hurt something. Oh, is it enemy? Oh, wait a moment. I have to be careful so I don't make a recursive loop here. Because I can't call hit target. Because if I call hit target, this will keep looping. Bounce shot only targets like eligible targets, which are enemy hurt boxes, which means we can use this function, hit enemy. That's it's not gonna hit. It's not gonna be hitting like, for example, a wall, the bounce shot. Always gonna hit an enemy. Spawn impact effect. Did I spawn an impact effect on every enemy the laser bounces to? Or only on the original enemy? That is a question that I don't know the answer to. Okay, 10 seconds and then we go. Host, connect, left, right, and get the upgrade. Find two enemies that are pretty close to each other. None yet, really. Oh, that crashed. Try to figure out what happened there. Here. I disconnected. Okay. This one expects one argument. So he probably expects which enemy is being hit. Let's double check it here. Laser. Hit enemy. It needs a target hurt box. Let's go back to the weapon bounce. See. Bounce target hurt box is what we got. We can send that one. Okay. Did one of them crash again? It looked like it was working, but then maybe there was an error. Move tracer out of bounds, get index 2 on base array node 3D. So maybe I didn't correctly add enough tracers. What I can imagine is the tracers being added in the beginning. They're added based on this. And I imagine for the host, maybe the host adds one that the other player doesn't get. So let's try to print player name first. We get the unique ID in the multiplayer, I guess. And then we print tracer array size. Then we see if it's the same for both of them. Player 1, tracer array size 1. So yeah, you see 3 instances of tracer array size. So what's happening then is the host gets a tracer into his array when he joins the game. Next, when the second player joins the game, he gets his own tracer array added. The host adds the tracer array to the player. Both the player and the host got the tracer on the player, but only the host has the tracer on the host. And when we upgrade the weapon then, and this I think is the issue, right? The host, when we upgrade the weapon, it is the host that checks the number of tracers already existing on whatever. Like if he checks himself, how many tracers do I have? I already got a tracer. So if we have 0 bounces, I only need 1 tracer. And this is what's gonna happen when the other player joins. The host is gonna say, nah bro, I already got a tracer, I don't need one. But the joining player haven't added the tracer to the host yet. There's a few ways to solve this I can think about. If the tracers are a part of a multiplayer spawner route, then the multiplayer spawner is gonna make sure that when more players join the servers, any existing tracers are gonna be shared. So that's one solution. Another solution could be that every player client individually checks how many tracers exist on each target, so that they all add the correct amount when the bounce is upgraded and when they're joining the game. And depending if I'm gonna let players join mid-session or not, it would be enough to just make a special case for the first array that that it's spawned already, similar to what I had, but I have to tweak. Just have to tweak this weapon upgraded function then, so that it's doesn't add a double array the first time. It skips the first array basically. Down here we would just say if array size is 0, then skip it. So we have 3 options. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna think about which one I'm gonna use. So there's gonna be a 5-minute break. Be right back. Yo, I'm back. Right. So these tracers. How should we deal with them? An issue I thought about with the multiplayer spawner is that it's gonna, not automatically at least, update the tracer array. So a possible solution there would be that we on ready call deferred update the tracer array to gather all the tracers that exist in the multiplayer spawner route and then put them in there. Yeah. One thing is for sure, everyone needs tracers on their clients somehow, right? We have to spawn it for everyone, if it's through a spawner or if it's if we tweak the code a little bit so that the appropriate amount spawns for everyone. Thank you, Headboop Games. Well, maybe we should just let everyone do this part themselves. Count how many tracers to add. Spawn tracer, spawn tracer. Weapon type is not declared in the current scope. So it would look like this. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Tracers to add number of bounces. A number of bounces. Where is that? Ah, that is being sent here. Okay. On tracer, number of tracers. Number of bounces, that is the correct one. Okay, skip this one because we already did that check before. Throw these one indent in. Called by server. Run by server. It's called by like shops, upgrading tools at start and later. And on by whatever. Ensure the weapon upgrade sent was of type bounce. Okay. So if a weapon upgrade of type bounce is sent, then we trigger spawn tracer for everybody. This is run by all called by server from weapon upgraded when bounce is upgraded. Good. And the difference now is that this tracers to add, this is going to be calculated by everyone individually now instead of the server. Good thing I'm making a co-op game that doesn't require anti-cheat. Otherwise I couldn't build it like this, I think. I think like a general rule of thumb is if you're gonna make anything competitive, then the client should never touch anything that that is not just sending what keys it's pressing. But since I'm making something like cooperative, like if friends want to cheat together, go ahead, I don't care. Because sometimes it's a bit easier to like let the client do stuff than the server doing everything. If I make another multiplayer game in the future though, I'm gonna just make sure that the server control absolutely everything. And if there's an issue with like lag, input lag or something, then I will just solve it. So once we calculate how many tracers to add, then we iterate through that range of tracers to add, 0, 1, 2, etc. We create a temp tracer for each one. And we just make a special case if it is the first tracer we add, we make sure that it's added as a child of the weapon root node, so that it inherits like the movement of the player, basically the rotation of the player and stuff, so it follows more smoothly. I kind of wonder though, when we move the tracer, if we only change the size of the tracer. No, that's not possible. I'm just thinking about the tracer that is following the position of the gun, you know? It is being updated every frame anyways. There's probably some optimization to be done there, but whatever. Seems like it's working. Now, it has absolutely insane DPS, this laser. Look at this damage. Wow. Now we try to add some bounce. We put this here, this there. Okay. It's working, but this laser, it's a lot of work, this laser, for some reason. I think I'm gonna end up spending 3 days on it. We're at the end of day 2 already. Did sleep long today though. And a lot of the time has gone to prepare to make future weapons easier to make, which I think is a good investment. Like all this modularity, basically, if I'm gonna make a weapon in the future that utilizes bounce, I should be able to just add the bounce node and script to it and just imitate this, and it should be fast to add. So you see the bounce had this random targeting now, right? And that is chosen up here. Not sure if I'm gonna fix the random targeting though, as the first step. Let's see. So we do, the laser is glowing, but I want like the scaling damage. Scaling damage, and I also want scaling emission based on the ramp time. So what I'm thinking here, right, is let's say I'm shooting the laser for like 0.5 seconds, and then gets redder, maybe wider as well, like more intense basically, as it approaches like whatever time we set. This ramp time, I'm gonna add it as a variable, so we can actually tweak it, and we can allow the player to buy upgrades for it maybe as well. So you lower the time you need to focus one target before you reach maximum intensity, you know? And the ramp time, it should scale two things, right? It should scale the damage and it should scale the intensity of the laser, with both visibly and actually doing something. Bounce radius. Oh yeah, it's moved during aiming, that's right. I'm gonna make a more organized list of, like a to-do list here, so that we can work efficiently. Add and ramp time variable. Increase ramp time as we are continuously firing on the same target. And when I say target, I mean the owner root, owner character body of the hurt box, because each enemy has multiple hurt boxes. It shouldn't matter if we transition between the body and the head or whatever of the enemy. As long as we're targeting the same enemy, I want the ramp time to go. Reset the ramp time if we hit either nothing or another target. Completely other character body 3D. That's the ramp time variable. Now, once we have been able to fix the ramp time, then we can start adding the damage scaling based on the ramp time. So see here, damage, hit target, hit enemy, weapon stats dot damage. So here is where we would add a multiplier, right? So add multiplier to damage based on ramp time. Ramp damage multiplier. So range x to y, where x multiplier is applied at 0% ramp time, and y multiplier is applied at 100% ramp time. Okay. Add emission energy multiplier. Same. So the ramp damage multiplier, it should maybe be, since it's a range, it should maybe be a min and max then. So we have a min and a max. Calculate ramp damage multiplier based on ramp time, range min to max. Okay. Min and max. Of a range. Two variables, min and max of a range. And same logic as damage multiplier. Apply damage multiplier to hit enemy function. And then mission apply emission energy multiplier to it would have to be where we move the tracer, I guess. Then I have to decide, should I add like even more variables to the move tracer function where we add like a mission energy multiplier as well, or should I make a separate function on the VFX script where I set the mission? Stolen ID wrote, "You Microsoft software, brother." Ooh. Yeah. Paint for the win. OneNote. I did try Obsidian as well, which was fine. OneNote is actually not that bad. You can keep it quite structured if you want to, but yeah. It's probably not the best if you investigate. You use Obsidian as well. Okay, okay. What I liked about Obsidian was the fact that I could like set the like hashtags and stuff that like tasks for today and like tasks with the different priorities, so I could like easily navigate what I have to work on. Ah, you got the Obsidian established at your work. Yeah. It looked like a software that is like it's very nice to use once you got a few setups in place, you know, like once you got it set up, then I think it makes it a lot less work to make things organized once it's set up properly. So it's just getting to that point, I guess. That's how I experienced it anyways. Apply emission energy multiplier to I think we maybe just added to the move tracer script. The function here. You like fancy node graphs, I see. Okay, so this move tracer thing, what is it actually? VFX. Move tracer. It passes along a few variables to the tracer setup. Start pose, end pose. So if we go back, laser gun. So the index, start pose, and end pose. Okay. And then it would just be like an energy multiplier here, right? And it would be a energy multiplier float like this. It's not the end of the world. We can have this additional thingy here. It's no problem. Energy multiplier. And then we just have to create that. To move tracer. Cool. Okay. And once we are done with all of that, then we're gonna add a separate weapon type for laser weapon and make a shop for it. Add a separate upgrade type for ramp time. Once we're done with that, we can make a proper impact effect for the laser. Once we're done with that, we can make a sound for the laser. Put your bets in the chat. Are we gonna finish today with the laser? Do you think? Like, no joke, I'm sure that someone very experienced with game dev would actually finish this in an hour. That wouldn't surprise me. I am pretty sure I'm gonna spend at least 4 hours tomorrow to finish all of this. Finish? Yes. Finish. No. No matter how done it is, it's not done. So I'm not sure, since I started a bit later today, if I'm gonna maybe just put a break during dinner and continue until like 6 p.m. maybe. Or if I'm gonna quit at the normal time. I know tomorrow as well I have a meeting at noon, 12:30-ish. So I'm not gonna have as much time tomorrow either. Okay, so this should be like an overview. Ramp, damage, and light effect, laser visual, as the same target is hit by laser over time. That's the overview. Make laser weapon with very visual lasers. The mission. Make an impact. Yeah. Okay. Make a sound for the laser. I imagine the laser would have like small wind up. Very, very small wind up. Maybe nothing. Maybe I don't need the wind up. But I wonder how I could make the effect of like the intensity increasing of the laser as you keep targeting the same thing. I wonder how I would do that with sound, you know? Maybe some volume, distortion. I don't know. Optimally, we want the increased effectiveness of the laser to be you can't say visualized when it's sound, right? To be experienced through the sound as well, I guess. I wish I had this. This I wish I had when I started the day. Just like tuk, 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 what I'm gonna do. But I don't always. I'm not always that good at planning that I know exactly what I have to do to get from A to B, you know? Like, but I think it's super worth if you're able to get a list like this. It feels so good to work on compared to like just working on random stuff. Add a ramp time variable. Go here. Blah blah blah. Gun variables. Variable. Ramp time. Float. Equal 0 0. Bar. Max ramp time. Float. Current ramp time. Max ramp time float equal by 4 seconds to begin with. Probably a bit much. 5 maybe. Ramping. R min ramp multiplier is 0.3. Max ramp multiplier equal 3. Let's see, my project planning is basically this. I've run in a circle for an hour or two and talked to myself. Very important. Then I draw something that looks like 3 different UMLs combined into one. That doesn't make sense to anyone but me. UMLs, I'm not sure what is, but okay. And then I randomly note class names I don't end up using. Yes. And then I just start with whatever feels best. Senior dev right there. In chaos drive, for I am chaos incarnate. Yeah. Maybe I'll get to that point of planning one day as well, when I'm a senior dev myself. How many years do I have to do game dev before I can consider myself a senior dev? 10? 10 years? It's either that or I'm gonna become an actual senior and still do game development. Then I can finally say I'm a senior dev. Min ramp energy. Okay, so now we have to make some logic that says if we're shooting at the same guy over and over and over, then we ramp. So ramping mechanic. Considering multiple weapons might utilize ramping as well, maybe I should make, like I did with the bouncing, make a separate node for ramping, and then just pass the delta from physics process as well as the current target. You will get to know the current target in aiming here. Honestly, qualifier for senior dev is that they work on problems on their own, like planning, execution, and tying a nice bow on the end. And that the code that comes out at the end is not total shit. I was thinking to myself, I am a senior dev in the first part, but then you mentioned the code can't be shit. Unlucky. So close. Calculate ramp. think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a node ramp. I'm gonna make weapons, modular, create new script for weapons, weapon ramping. Add it here. We're gonna move the ramping variables then. Over here. Then we probably want to export them so we can change them depending on the type of weapon and how much ramp we want. We're probably gonna need the weapon stats to keep track of ramping as well. Export var ramping. So then blah 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 blah. So ramping, if we have upgrades for ramping on the weapon, we should have a max ramp multiplier, and then you should also have a ramp time. Something like that, I guess. Do we need a minimum as well? Yeah, we do, because we can have it so that some weapons are like actually fully dependent on the ramp and can ramp like really, really hard. While on other weapons we might want the ramp to not be like that significant, but we want the ramping to be there. So yeah, let's do it like this. Multi-projectiles. Multi-hits. Multi-shot. Things. Speed. Projectiles. Speed. Multi-shot. Damage fired range, okay. Ramping. Min max ramp, okay. Min max and ramp time. weapon upgrade type. See what is sending this. What signal? Weapon upgraded. Signal bus. Blah, blah, weapon upgraded. Weapon type, upgrade type, and value. It's a single value. So probably need like one for each. Minimum ramp. Multiplier. Yeah. And ramp time. Then okay, am I gonna have the players upgrade minimum ramp multiplier? I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe. But I have an enum class for the weapon upgrade type, or for something else. Ah, the enum class itself. This one. This one. Ah, okay. It's just to keep. It's just to like let's say for example that I'm gonna reference some kind of resource type. I always go through the enum class and like reference the resource type so that it's always consistent. That's it. That's all. It's for consistency. To avoid bugs and stuff. First of all, terrible naming. We know it's class. It's uppercase, so drop the class. Second, it's not one enum. It's multiple enums. The name enums would be sufficient. Second of all, bad practice. You will end up with a giant enum graveyard. It's better to have enums where they belong. Have the weapon base class. Have the enums, etc. The weapon base class. Weapon.types. weapon is the superclass of laser and rocket launcher or whatever. Inheritance, I understood some of it, like how position and velocity and stuff is inherited between the nodes. I've seen a little bit. And but like exactly, I don't have like full understanding of exactly what type of nodes inherit what type of variables or things like that. Yeah, definitely. I'm completely new to this stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of fundamentals missing. Like I didn't know what an enum was when I started this project. You know. Inheritance is essential. Yeah, I can imagine. It is. It is probably a good way to structure stuff, like you see here, how I how I have all of these nodes that are like parts of the laser gun, and then I will probably use like stats, reload, fire, bounce, and maybe not ramping like these. Maybe I'll use these 3 on my next weapon, you know. This is probably something that could be done with classes and inheritance and stuff like that, but that I don't quite know how it works. I know that extend is like basically the type of node or whatever at the top. But I'm not sure, for example, if you can use multiple extends in a single script or something like that. I haven't looked at. I don't know if you can extend like stats, for example. If I have a class for stats, I don't know if I can use that on top here to use then let's say that I made a class for stats instead of a node for stats. I don't know if I added stats up here, if I can then do like a function from stats. Let's say this is my stats function, like that. I don't know if I could call that in my script then. You don't have multiple inheritance, no. So you would have to have like levels of inheritance then if you're gonna have multiple classes in one script, to put it like that. Inherit from this, then this, then this. It's an important difference. You have to be aware that you can only inherit from one parent. If you want to puzzle stuff together, we are talking about components. Yeah, like this is how I'm puzzling stuff together right now. At least I make like separate nodes which holds scripts like this stats, for the weapons, which basically is in charge of all the weapon stats and also is in charge of upgrading the weapon when a player buys something. And that's like how I do it right now. Yeah, each component is a node. I guess you could say it like that. That's at least what I'm trying to build in order to now make it easier to add more guns. Problem is you have to set that up for each weapon once. But yes, that's true. But I can at least reuse like a lot of these components, and I can choose specifically which components to use for which weapon, which is hopefully how I'm gonna save some time. If you had a generic weapon, you could reuse the code. Yes, so that's a bit of the idea, right? Like the stats, the reload and fire and stuff is probably going to be in every single weapon, and I'm just going to copy it over. Like it's gonna, if I make, for example, a node 3D now, and I call it new weapon. Like if I'm gonna have a couple of nodes here, like let's say that I'm gonna have stats, and I'm gonna have the reload and fire part, and then I'm just gonna pull in this, and I'm gonna pull in the reload and fire, and then I'm just gonna set up whatever references I need to different nodes from there. And that way, I think making new weapons now is going to be at least a lot faster than what I had before. So this might be bad, but it is definitely an improvement of how I have been doing things so far. I know it's gonna be yeah, I understand. It's probably hard to look at for someone that actually knows proper structuring and things like that. But yeah. You think every programmer that has been doing this for a while gets opinionated? It's a curse? Well, let me put it this way. If I, on my first Godot project, my second ever game project, would have a better structure than you do after working with coding for like years and years and years, that would be a miracle. Like, there's no way that what I'm doing is neither the correct type of structuring or the best way of structuring, you know? So I understand it can be frustrating to look at and be like, no, why are you doing it like this? You could save so much time doing it another way. It's both frustrating and it's also beautiful in a way to watch someone struggle with something you know yourself, I guess. It's a bit like watching someone play a video game that you know very well and you just want to take the controller and show them. Okay, rename enum class to enums. Okay, so this one you want to be enums. I'm not sure in Godot if I can actually then reformat this to happen everywhere, or if I would have to go through all of these one by one and rename them, though. It doesn't take that long, since I can probably safely change all of them at once without looking at it too close, but Ctrl-Shift-R, find enum class and replace it with enums. Like this. I have to press find first. Match case. Okay. Replace all. No undo. Let's see. Like that? Area target selector. We have to close this. Enum class, find nothing. Maybe it worked. Could not find enums in the current scope. Class name enums. Okay, save it. Save it. Find enums. I might have to reload Godot. There we go. Now you can at least be slightly happier with it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. If I had to redo a lot of stuff, it wouldn't be the first time. Like the weapons now as well, most of the time is going to restructuring how the weapons work so I can make more. Wait until you need an options menu and edit every single sound effects component. Sound effect component. You mean like music and sound effect, or do you mean like I have a bus which controls at least the general volume of sound effect and the general volume of music, but I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Bracky's had it in one of his videos. He showed like to have a default bus, and then when I add a sound effect, as long as I remember, of course, I select the bus. I did like I think it was my first or second stream in Godot. Then I followed like Bracky's tutorial to make like a simple 2D game, and then I follow this GD script tutorial for the next video, and then I did some 3D, like built a little 3D scene. So I did all of his tutorials, which he had at the time at least. I'm not sure if he released more lately. No. I was adding these ramp times. Okay. Ramping. Tactile speed. Fire rate range. Multi-shot. Multi-shot bounce and max projectiles. Okay. So ramp multipliers and ramp time should all exist in the weapon stats then, right? Current ramp time is something I have to keep track of. So let's see. Weapon stats. Ramp multipliers and ramp time. All of this stuff. And this can be separate, that's fine. I don't need physics processor this. See, I think only the server needs all of this stuff. So what do we target on our weapon. Is it a hurt box? Target raycast. Raycast target. Raycast target. Gets the collider of the raycast. Aiming weapons. Collides with hurt boxes, walls and floors, and camera raycast target. Okay. What we're interested in is enemy hurt box then. Okay. Ramp. I have to check if it's in a group specifically. See the enemy. Okay. These are enemy hurt box group. Okay. See, and then how did we check? Do you know what's a good way to advertise yourself? No, not really. I'm not sure how I would go about doing that. I think Steam Next Fest is very good. For sure, you have a good game. Maybe I'll try Kickstarter sometime. YouTube. Shorts. I don't know. Increase ramp time as we are continuously shooting at the same target. So it's the owner. I want to see owner. It wasn't the owner then. How? I know I can access like the root of the enemy. The root node of the enemy, but it wasn't owner then. Then how was it? Or maybe I didn't write it down here. Kickstarter is tough because you gotta polish a prototype to get funding. And you don't necessarily want to make stuff pretty before gameplay works. That's true. Or you could, of course, slap together Kickstarter with ugly graphics and some gameplay mechanics and hope for the best. You would probably not succeed, but you could always try. Yeah, I think it's free as long as it's not successful. Yeah. True. Hurts emotionally. I think actually Steam might be one of the better places once you have the game in a good state. Then I think like the things they are running, like what was it called again? I just said it. Like the games they show up, demos they show in summer and stuff. It's good. If I want to plug my channel, I usually just ask, what's the better URL? Stolen.id or stolen.games? So, what is your channel then? It's the stolen ID, right? Ah, both URLs are mine. Okay. Steam Next Fest. Yeah. Those are good. Those are good indeed. Stolen.id. Oh no! Got my ID. Holy crap, man. This is crazy. How do I get it to full view? I'm an old man. Nice, man. This music slaps. Now you're gonna steal my monetizement? I didn't think about that. That's what you were after. Nice music. You're flabbergasted that the Dot Games one was available? You would think some pirate site would have gotten that URL decades ago. Yeah, it's a great URL, man. You should take care of that one. Target owner. So how will the multipliers work? Now you just need to make games? Yeah. Or you just steal them. So what I have to figure out is how many percent I am towards fully ramped. So it would have to involve it will have to involve current ramp time for sure. Current ramp time divided by, then I need a node reference up here. node preferences. Weapon stats. So how is this gonna be? Value, min, and max. Okay. Current ramp time, clamp it between 0 and weapon stats ramp time. Like that, I guess. This is gonna give me a number between 0 and 1, right? You should. You should make a Dome Keeper clone for sure. Maybe with a little sprinkle of Risk of Rain. That would be a good game. Maybe 3D, yeah. Maybe draw some inspiration from Megabonk, I would suggest. So this gives a value from 0 to 1. Mm. Minimum ramp time should be set at 0. Max ramp time should be set at 1. So I could stretch this range from min to max from 0 to 1. So how would I do that? Uh, well, it's not really percent if it's not in 100, right? Range. Ramp multiplier range. Minimum ramp multiplier is float equal weapon stats. Min ramp multiplier. ramp range. Setting that word in the band list. Stream boo. I never added anything to the ban list before. The I could do that after stream, so I don't bore you guys. Well, I bore you guys anyways. Too bad, but not with this. Set this word to ban list on Twitch. Remove. Ramp multiplier range. I should probably update these two whenever a signal for upgrading the weapon comes out, so that I don't keep referencing the node. I don't know if it actually costs much to reference a variable from another node though, and set it to a temporary variable, but still. The range will then be min, max, minus min, and then current ramp multi should be something like min plus ramp multiplier range size, like that, multiplied with oh, I do it like this. It's not called percentage ramp, but like uh, what would that be called when it's a range 0 to 1? I'm not sure. And then I would do exactly the same for energy multiplier. Current energy multiplier is min energy multiplier plus Can I return both values easily, actually? Or would I have to pack them in an array or something? You can go to your dashboard and type blocked in the search bar and set it there. Dashboard, search, block, block terms, enter words, Dreamboo, add. Okay. Whatever you do, don't type Streamboo because I don't know how to unban people.
Welcome in. I see you. Welcome.
Yeah, slash unban username. You're right. Block is personal, ban is channel. Okay. So what will be the best way to actually receive current energy multiplier and current ramp multiplier? Both of them from a script that calls this function. Would it be to throw them back as an array? Or would it be to just set them in this script and then access those variables from the other script? Or, mm, or, or I could make two separate functions with that return the float value one by one. Maybe have a player stats class holds the data. It would have to be something like ramp then, ramp stat class or something. Resource. Hmm. A resource that holds all player stats. Then I would have to allocate each ramp value to the player's unique ID and multiplayer or something maybe. Like like how you make sure the resource has different values on different clients on multiplayer? Guess I could just return an array of those two values that I need, right? just current ramp and current energy. Then I just return an array type float. Is that how you do it? Array. Ramp. The ramping is like calculating how long a specific enemy has been targeted by the same, like how long the weapon targeted the same enemy. It's ramping, and it's gonna increase both the intensity in some cases, the energy intensity of the weapon, and it's also gonna control the damage multiplier of the weapon. But how do I? No, this node is not on the enemy. Ah, okay. Min ramp multiplier is declared but never used. Isn't it used here? No. Ramp multiplier. Damage ramp. Energy ramp. Okay. All right. See you later, Stolnity. Oh, I have dinner as well. So I wonder if I should maybe just wrap things up quickly. We will be able to finish this laser tomorrow, I hope, even though it is. I do have a meeting 12:30, so I'll only get like 4 hours, but we'll see. 15. Making weapons more modular. Working on laser weapon. Those are the two things we focused on today, I believe. We made the bounce. And we made the ramp. Well, we started ramp. And C player. Stats, reel of fire. We set the VFX. The tracers was a lot of work today. VFX, tracers. That was a lot of work for sure. Okay, we got here. So tomorrow we will apply the damage multiplier we calculated now, as well as the energy multiplier. Yes, we only need to apply it. So we're almost done with the ramping. And then we will look a little bit on the visuals. Make sure to add the top for the weapon as well. And finally make an impact effect and sound. All right. Let me see if I can raid somebody again. Even though we are me and one other guy, I guess. Let's see who we should raid. Is it only me? Maybe. Then it's maybe silly to raid. Next time, I suppose. Dashboard. So who is streaming at the moment now? Here's someone that recently started streaming Godot, working on updates for Eye of the Commando. That could be cool. We'll give him a visit. Thanks for watching and have a nice evening. We'll continue the laser tomorrow.
Mess with his health stuff here. So we need to do. Oh, it's a raid. Look at this. All right. What's up? Thanks for the raid. We got Swabby Games Live. I'm in. I'm totally in. I'm gonna see what you're up to here. What games are you up to? I'm looking. Learning Godot from scratch. Hell yeah. Hey, listen. If you're still here, I will answer any Godot questions you like. I don't know everything. In fact, I don't even know like 20% of everything. But I love talking, so yeah, I can maybe help you out. Anyway, I'm doing good. MagFest was good. We had a really good time showing off the game there, and it was just like fun overall. And yeah, so like highly positive experience. Yeah, just that's pretty much the way it was. He was good. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Okay, great. Anyway, so we need to save our scale values. We need to save out. Well, okay. Do we save the scale or do we save? We save the scale. So we're gonna actually record for ourselves scaled values. So I'm gonna go to hold on, up to here. Behavior. Find a nice place down here to drop it that's not exported, right? Okay. Oh, we don't save champion rank either. Uh-oh, gotta do that. That's important. I'm gonna do protected, float, scale health. Protected, float, scale damage. Okay, these are both zeros. We're gonna save here. We're gonna save champ rank, Randall, champion rank. Okay. Alright, with that. And then we're going to save also. Hey, yes, I am coding with C#. Enjoy your dinner. I'll be here for a while. And, yeah, absolutely. BOP, I ate him and turned him into strength. Yeah, I did. Okay. Would it burn out the complete cards in Trello? Yeah, normally, so with the Trello stuff, like, I try to do checklists. I want to have these as like big things and then checklists for sub things. So if you've got some cards related to other cards, sometimes I feel like checklists are the way, but maybe not the way. Like, yeah. This is fixed. Yeah. And so the stuff that's fixed, I need to just I usually put it in like a done pile so I can just see what I've got happening. But like I should, if I have like a like here, just like done, right? And I add stuff to that. And I just what? Just take this, archive card, edit card, move to inbox. What? Move to list. Done. That's a lot. I'd rather just have it happen quickly. Edit card, move to done. I know you can archive it, but I want to actually see the list of things that I've done. So there's other stuff that I've done that's not on here that I like, the flamethrower. Here, actually, flamethrower improvements. Flamethrower improvements. Oh, improvements. Or damaging improvements for removing post projectiles. Right, done. Click all, and then add a card here to boss remake, boss enhance. Right, check. Level 2. You can burn the trees. Nah, don't. Let's just do what feels natural, and like, I'll bark, I guess, if it's a problem. But I don't want to. I'm not into deleting cards. I want to keep a track of the stuff I've done. Also, I wish I could just have this not be like this side to side shit. Oh well. Okay. Trees. Oh hey, look. So okay. Like this here, pine trees. Revamp sprites and add death anims. With this, this is a good card. What I would do is add a checklist and say create new tall sprites, maybe 2 cubes tall. Right, and then implement Burning Nation shader, and that's done, right? So that would be how I do this. And I think Trello's fine for this. This Trello makes me happy. Anything deeper than Trello, I just don't like. I really have a tough time like look how quickly I can do stuff. At least like this back and forth is at least mouse side to side action. So yeah, that's an example. Pine trees, right? I'll make a checklist of the parts of it. So very good. Yes. Okay. And then here, level 2 cover tutorial, and level 1 intro, and metal box, metal wall tree. So, boop, boop. Hey, Balthazar. If I wanted players to be able to mod in their own sounds, how would you like to see that done? Because I have some ideas, but what do you think a good process for that is? Hey, how's it going? Wubble 72. Wubble 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 wubble. Yeah, okay. I did change my name. The important part is still there. It's Jim. But yes. I have a different name. And this. Bum, 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 bum. Me starting Firebot is being weird. More but. I'll consider it. Yeah, the connection. The connection doesn't. Like, it's got chat users. It has 3 people in chat, the StreamBot and 2 other people. And because I changed my name, maybe Firebot's confused. Like, Chatty has a list of people that are here in the room, right? Yeah, there, you spoke up. Hi, Firebot. And then so, now we've got this. Ah! Bingo! Okay, good. Then we are on the same page. How about that?
That's how it's done.
I was like a folder with a manifest. That is exactly what I was thinking. Okay, good. Yes. Yes. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. Alright. Save rank and save here. We're going to save also if scale health. Really? Oh, we have to just throw this in here. Okay, I can't like not do this. Well, I can say scale damage doesn't equal enough. Red Bell. health. There we go. Godot is C# or GDScript. GDScript is... BOP's got it, yes. I added new emotes yesterday. I added Winamp as an emote, because Winamp's awesome. I added a commando emote. Can I just see the emotes here? Is it possible to just see the emotes? Let's see here. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I added new emotes. Added emotes. Yes. Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. So you want to have alias support. All right. I can do that. Is that something that... I mean, that sounds pretty straightforward. Is it just because you don't want to type mega stank butt sound 9000.wav over and over? Yeah, so we got to... They do... Arson... Yes, there we go. Okay. Oh, sure, that's right, because if you change the path, if you keep the alias and the path changes... Yeah, okay, yes, yeah, sure. Because why would you change the name of the alias? You would just change what the alias is, right? Yeah. Alright. Abstraction.help. What? Go click on this link. Nope. Okay. Nothing happened. Good. Actually, I'll do this here. Champ rank. Anyway, the point of what I'm doing today is trying to make it so that enemy damage and health scales in raid mode. Okay. So when we load here, right, we load this shit up. You scale health by save, so floats. Save dictionary. Get value or default scale health. And no, not 0. Not 1. 0 is the number. Scale health, there we go. And scale damage. Scale damage. And set champ rank. Thermal. This happened. I mean, this is so. Well, we've got promote to champion. Okay, my health permanently increase max health. Get max health times 4. So this is a lot that isn't save. Okay. So if we go to promoting a blank manifest. That was something I was thinking too. It's just like I don't know how to do that because That's the part I was like, well, do I give the players a list of the sounds that play in the game? Like, how do I do that? Because I got a bunch of files, they're just not all used. And someone had asked on Steam, actually, like, hey, you know, I have PTSD, but they're still playing a war game. Is there any way to turn the explosions into, like, pew-pew, right? And I said, well, can you just add an option for that? I was like, no, but this isn't impossible. I just thought, this is a thing that's going to happen when mod support happens, but I should be thinking of mod support the whole time. The aristocrats. Like, I don't know from there where to go. And so, because if you look in the audio folder, we've got a bunch of waves that they're not all used. And, you know, I don't, like, oh, I guess what I could do, what I'm not going to do at all, I'm not going to do this, actually. Like, I'm not going to refactor every sound in the game to say, play sound by alias, right? Because what I'm doing is, well, yeah. Hey, okay, now I'm never going to get 80 sub points, so don't even worry about it. But the joke is I am using source control already, so there goes my chance of getting 80 sub points. The way I've got this set up right now, Balthazar, is that when you come into here, I was starting this actually the day after MagFest, or like the night after MagFest. After you dropped me off at that hotel, I started doing this. I was just looking at play sound and player, and that would take the stream and say, check the stream against a list of, like, against our swap list, and if that stream has a swap, play the swap instead. It was the stream's resource name, right? So yeah, like play sound and speaker, same deal, right? Take the clip and say, okay, let's check this against our list of alts, and then grab the alt if we need it. But yeah, honestly, the thing we're talking about, we're like, if we were to go to, okay, for instance, say sub-weapon flamethrower, right? We've got clip flame attack, clip flame windup, clip flame spin down, and these are all audio streams. If I rewrote this to say, use an enum instead, and that enum was tied to an audio stream somewhere else, I'd want to hang myself. Like, that's really obnoxious. But that would let us generate a straight up manifest so people could replace the sounds. So, something to think about. Yeah. Well, not interested in hanging myself today, at least, so let's not do that. Audio stream is it's one of these resources. It's one of these, you know, do-jibbas here. Like one of the, any wave file, any OGG that we've got, these are all audio streams. Yeah. Yes, we can. We can. Well, like on the fly, by right before we play it. It's just in time. Right before we play the sound, we say, hey, stream, compare you to another stream. Or compare your resource name to our list. And if that list has your resource name, grab the alternate. That's what I was thinking of doing. So, okay. Alright, scale damage. Let's go. Scale damage. Now, we need to say here, scale health equals health scale. But this is going to be rename this to scale health scale, health, and live. Right? So this increases the existing health scale. So if you call this 3 times in a row with 2.0 as a value, which is this, you get 3.0, 200% increase total. Not like no, we don't need to build new audio streams at runtime based off the sound pack. They just are. Well, okay, yes, you're right. Yes, you load the sound pack is just waves. These are just waves. The audio stream is a fancy word they use for just wave or any sound like goes in there. I mean, these are all audio streams. All of these here. So, yes, like these don't get converted by me. These are just like here's your wave file. So, yeah. So we build them into audio streams, but you're right. We build them into audio streams at runtime. We load up all the stuff from the mod, and yes, you got it. You got it. Okay. Yeah. Oop, nope. Come back. Come back. All right.
Very good.
So. Here, it's like, 1.0 is 3.0. So, previous value. And yeah, so this becomes, when you're done with this, you have 200% health, and that plus 100% becomes 400% total health, and that becomes, so it's a 7.0 here, 7.0, yeah. Plus 100, yeah, okay, times itself. Right. So we never call. We don't need a new class. So it's all Audio Manager handles it. And this is just the thing that just checks right here where we go play. Like, hey, swap it out. Yeah. So whenever I play a sound, because the sounds need a speaker. So the speakers, we have play sound on speaker, and that the reason we go through the Audio Manager is because it has to go through the bus and everything to make sure the sound is the right volume and pitch or whatever. So this class will handle it, yeah. So we would tell, so the code for the flamethrower doesn't change, right? We're still sending in clip flame attack, whatever that is, and then the audio manager says, oh, clip flame attack, what's your resource name? Oh, it's this? Do you have an alternate in the manifest? I do. Well, we're gonna play that instead. Don't tell Jim. Like, that's how it goes, right? Yeah. So that means what we can't do is have some code play a sound that doesn't go through the audio manager, and I think we aren't doing that. Like, because speaker, like, some things have speakers on them when they die, right? But if you look at those speakers, like here, enemy combatant, right, has this speaker. If I look at this, we do play sound on speaker, right? We never play sound directly on it. We have to play the sound on speaker, and we send it in through here. That's just a thing for us to remember to do, which is a bit of a pain in the ass, but that's okay. It's not hard. Like, yeah. Oh, well, good thing you don't have to like it because you're not writing the code. Yeah. Like, that just makes sense to me. Key value, look up a key in the dictionary. The resource manager is the key, resource name is the key. We pull out a value, right? It's just like if we had an enum, but we don't need an enum, we have the resource names. So isn't that how that goes? Am I missing something? I don't know. Your snark meter broke. No. I think that I think maybe Balthazar and I are slightly off because Swabby, I'll get to you in a second. I think all I'm doing is key valuing. I think, right? Maybe. I don't know. I think so. Yeah. Okay. If you run a function from another node and your goal is to return 2 floats, it's returning an array. What is best to do here? Have you heard of tuples, my friend? Okay. So let's say I have a function here, right? Public void get perfect temperature temp range for girlfriend, right? And then node df. Okay. So if this was a float, right, and it would give you back a number. So you could be like return 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's just one number, though, right? I know. We're getting there. It's only started as a void. But that's not a range, though. A range is like we want to have high and low. We want min and max. So what you could do, right? Return new float to equals, and then here, like, 71.99f, 72.01f. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we could do that, right? Like, you could do that as well. Even great, whatever. Like, so you could do this, and then you have an array, right? The audio stream resource target. You can't change those. I see. You can't change those. But wait, Swabby, hold on. We're not done. This is the bad answer. Don't do this. Is what I'm saying. This is the B tier way, right? I think the S tier way is going to be this. Get perfect temp range for S tier waifu, right? Waifu. Now what you're doing is you can return a tuple, which is like, look at this bold, bold girlfriend who can handle both things. You're returning a tuple, right? An array lets you kind of fall apart. Like, it's possible to screw this up. You could go out of bounds. You don't know when you get it back how long you need to check the length. Like, this is kind of a mess. So now if I have over here, if I have a function that's just like, new waifu responsibilities, and I could say here, right, var temp range equals get perfect temp range for girlfriend, game manager, get game manager, player. Great. Okay. BF is for Fahrenheit, of course. And then now I have this temp range. Oh, sorry, I wanted S tier waifu. Is this one here? Oop, there we are. Now I have this min max. Now I can say temp range min right? I can say temp range, and I could do, you know, set AC temp range in, because I like it cold, right? You can set the minimum there. So this is the way, if you're still here, Swabby. I would do this. I think learning, and these are called tuples. This is the pattern, right? You want that to learn this. I would not do it like this, because this gets you. This is okay, but this is elite, right? And the step after this, the reason why this is so elite is because it's small and flexible, but maybe you need a class, right? You might need, like, at some point you might need to write a class that's like full of information, but if all you're keeping is like 2 floats and you don't want to write a struct or a class, you just want to make a quick tuple, you just do this, right? Because this is effectively, you're saying here, like, can I do this in a class? Yeah, okay. You know, girlfriend, temperature range, float min, you know, float max, and like, if I were to do this, make a struct, then I could also have that be a return value. But you don't have to do that if you just create a little tuple here. So anyway, that's my story. I hope you enjoyed. Code's gone forever. Hope you clipped it. Alright, scale max health. What'd you do? Now this means we have permanent changes to maximum health. I need to keep the base max health around, right? I'm gonna avoid one rip, yeah. For now. This maximum health here, right? Tricky. Okay, so we have all these things here, and then we do ret plus equals health ret times health scale. Scale max health.